Welcome to all of you who may not suffer daylight savings time. Our clocks changed last night, and by my clock it is now 10 a.m. So here I am. I am very tired and cannot brain today, so that means we are going to crochet because this requires 0 brain cells. Granted, it might be slightly harder to see due to all of the overlapping scrap colors, but come on. I'm working on an edge piece, so my hook is not wanting to go through because these edge pieces end up very tight. And it's not the usual place I'd put my hook through. Come on. Good morning, Kate. Brains for the brain gods. That would be nice. Don't think that's a thing that's going to happen. There we go. Can I get my hook back out? There we go. Yes, this is what I was worriedly crocheting on all session yesterday. That sure was a session yesterday. Everything is fine. We'll get there. Wait for a few more people to potentially show up before I completely jump straight into the D&D recap, because I know there's other people wanting to hear it. And you were there, so theoretically you don't need the recap. Not high in the brain department, to the tune of your 3rd attempt to mine out a layer in Dwarf Fortress without drowning your fort in lava. Oh no. Did you ever think maybe your fort wanted to be drowned? And or maybe you just weren't meant to mine out that layer? You're curious what happened to Bram? Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah, that bit. Yeah, that's a thing. All the layers of your fort have some amount of lava. That? Kite, do I need to get in contact with Dwarf OSHA on behalf of your dwarfs? Oh, wait, silly me. I don't think Dwarf OSHA is a thing. You know what? We're just going to put our hook there and call it good enough. Because I don't feel like forcing it through a chain stitch that has been pulled too tight. Year 10 of the world. OSHA has not yet been formed. Oh, goodness! You started a world with 0 gen? I didn't even know you could do that. Like no history at all? Nope, sorry. I still had the wrong thing selected. Yeah, but like it's year 10 of the entire world, or it's year 10 of your fort after however many years of generated history. Oh hey, that is 300 burb, dang. And it's the count will be off now. It's not 300th hour streaming because I can't, like, I don't do burbs during my Final Fantasy 15 streams because the burbs are not audible. Because the clock is upstairs and Final Fantasy 15 is downstairs, so the count will be off, but at the very least it's 300 hours of crafting streams, which is frankly also impressive. Also, remember a couple weeks ago when I was sewing the stars for the baby blanket onto the backings And I was like, I thought I had more stars than this. Where are the rest of my stars? I found the rest of my stars. I did have another stack of, it looks like about a dozen sitting around. 2, 4, 6. So I need one more row. Yeah, good morning, Kitsune. Oh, nifty. History Gen was set to the minimum, which is 1 year. Fancy. That is kind of cool. I should try that at some point. Running in a fort in a brand new world with no history sounds kind of fun. 3, 4, 6, 8. And there. Yes, this is my scrap blanket, wherein I use all of other projects because I dislike wasting fibers. 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah. Brain has escaped and or not woken up. Therefore yarn. I was all set to sew stuff this morning and then I was like, nah. Sleepy, yeah. I don't know if it's due to the time change or just in general, but yeah, I'm sleepy and I had a tiny bit of a headache this morning, so. The hook needs to go in here. I don't know that it will. Can I fudge it? I can't really. Come on. In. In. Yes, in that hole. But the hook is not going to fit. Let's just do that. That'll work. That's fine. It's just a slip stitch. Oh, apple for Carby. Oh yeah, and we have a new Carby. Because I believe Randus did the breed command while I was playing FF15. So he wasn't on screen and we couldn't see him. He is very head empty. I kind of love him. Like, you can tell there's elevator music going on behind those eyes. Yeah. Sasha hair. Today's Carby is today's mood. Yeah. Yeah, not wrong. Very much. Hopefully you guys are having good days though, considering your days are quite a bit further along than mine is. All the sugar and go that no one else has? Well, that's alright. At least one of us is getting stuff done. And we're being peppy. All the sugar and go. That's interesting phrasing. I'm not sure I've heard that phrasing before. Morning, Elrad. All the sugar and go. I might have to use that. That's cute. Ooh, making a crumble. Excellent. What kind of crumble? What fruit is being incorporated into the crumble? If it is indeed a fruit. Apple. Ooh, excellent. Apple crumble is yummy. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yep. There we go. Like apple cinnamon crumble. That's always my favorite. You incorporate all the cinnamon and like the pie spices into the crumble. Or I had one once where it was an apple crumble, but the crumble top was almost like a coffee cake instead of just being crumbs. Oh, so good. No, you have not yet missed the recap. Everything is absolutely fine. I usually wait a little bit into my streams to start the recap to give people time to show up. So I'll probably do the recap around 10:30 to 11-ish. Because Randus usually shows up too, at the very least. So I'll give it a little bit more time. But yes, everything is fine. Absolutely nothing of consequence happened yesterday. The recap will be very short, and it'll be fine. Should mix by hand, but you're actually using bag mix? That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as it's tasty and you like it, that's all that matters. See, I'm nearly out of yarn. Let's see. What yarn am I using next? Oh yes, I do have an entire bin of scrap yarn. There's not too much of this left. Let's get rid of this. So like when I finish a project and I've got like, literally this is all I have left of it, but it's enough I feel bad throwing it away. Therefore, scrap blanket. Going to be so many tails to weave in when I'm done with this blanket, and I hate weaving in tails. Hate it. I might just leave them all dangling because this is a blanket for me. Like, this blanket is not going anywhere, so I might just leave all the tails dangling and say fuck it. Grumble, grumble, DST, you're awake. Caffeine is very good. I also encourage you to go find caffeine. Yeah, we'll see if I end up doing a full 4-hour stream today. I may not, just because I actually have stuff I need to do this afternoon. But then again, I picked crochet because it's not especially strenuous. I really should work on doing like a VST supercut of all of my D&D recaps, but that would be so much work. Going back through my VODs to find the sections. Hey Zarus SDC, thank you for the follow. That's much appreciated. Zarsu SDC. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Thank you very much. I am just chilling with my yarn. 2, 4, 6, 8, yep. Czar also works. Okay, good to know. Creep mode is perfectly fine. I highly encourage lurkers. Considering the number of other people's crafting streams that I just lurk in, that is highly encouraged. I probably should have made myself a coffee first, but I made tea instead. Partially because I have to go cat sit Ollie after stream, and I usually grab a coffee on my way to her house anyway. So I'll just wait and have coffee then. It's fine. Yeah, my friend is out of town again, and her cat is a big dumb baby, and he won't eat if somebody is not there to keep him company. So anytime, and she just like literally she lives a block and a half from me. It is no hassle at all. But every time she goes out of town, Kara or I have to go over and sit with her cat for an hour or so just to make sure he eats. 2, 4, 6. Okay, yes, I did need this row. Sometimes I miscount. But yeah, she's out of town this weekend, so I'll have to go over and hang out with Ollie. Which is not a chore, because he's a big cuddly baby. And it's supposed to be pretty nice out today. Like my computer says it's currently -8, but we're supposed to get up to positive degrees today, so we'll see. Yes, that is the chonk that I posted a picture of in the Discord yesterday. He's a big fluffy baby. That would be Ollie. Yes, okay, I did get that. Boy, this yarn is slippy. So this red yarn is like noticeably silkier than what I typically work with. This is very slippery yarn. Oh, I know what yarn this is now. I know what this is a tail end from. A friend had requested a scarf and arm warmers that were red and black. So I bought a very particular yarn that was like variegated red and black, and it's just a very silky soft yarn. Also, Gratz Randus, you have so far managed to avoid Chaos Cat Party. Well, more than it already is. Reverb and I weren't both totally thinking about rolling up spare tabaxi if anything happened to Bram and Merrick. It's fine. It seems like that would be very mean to Narthian, though. Like, extremely mean to Narthian. Sperbaxy. Oh, goodness. Well, we were joking about if we end up dying en masse, we're all just gonna roll up magical tabaxi and run around with like 6 warlock and wizard and sorcerer tabaxi. No tank, no hits, only spells and cats. Just so we could listen to Randus scream. I go a bit slower with this yarn because it's also very, probably can't really tell on camera, it's a very loose spin. So my hook keeps catching between the fibers instead of catching the entire strand. It would be extremely mean to you too. Yes, but you would deserve it for killing us all off. Narthian and Svother would have done nothing to deserve having to deal with extra tabaxi. What, you don't want to rebalance every single encounter for 6 magical tabaxi? I mean, you're just the DM. You would say something, but you'll save that for recap. Yeah, fair. We'll get there in a minute. I'm just kind of giving more people time to show up if they would like, considering time change and such. Hopefully everyone's weekend is going pretty good. Mine is fine, just sleepy. And there we go. Oh, I should have grabbed my glasses, shouldn't I? Oh well. I'll grab them when I get up for break, if I remember. Loud Yalk grumbles? Oh no! Pats and hugs for Yalk. Just wrap you in a blankie and put you back to bed. DST happened, so good isn't on the table of options for this weekend. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Stupid DST. What kills me every year is that North America and Europe aren't even synced in this madness. No, they're offset. Just to make everything extra difficult for everybody for a few weeks. Let's make it not synced. Miller woke you up at 4 a.m. today. Oh no. Oh yeah, that sucks. Hopefully you're able to take a nap later on. It's North America's fault. We made ours 4 weeks longer back in 2007. Yeah. Yep, that tracks. It was a dumb decision. Except Arizona and Hawaii. Those are both US states. And some Canadian province? Possibly. Weirdly, there's also like a corner of Indiana that doesn't switch. Because it happened to be the corner my grandparents lived in. And I remember as a kid always being confused, being like, wait, no, are grandma and grandpa on the same time as us or a different time? Because for half the year they were the same time as us, and then for half the year they were an hour offset. And it was stupid then too. I'm sure there's other like miscellaneous places that either do or don't change, but that one stupid little corner of Indiana is what I remember because it affected me directly. Is that one of the states? So sort of. So if I'm remembering correctly, the time zone line mostly goes down the Indiana-Illinois border, except up at the northern end because of Chicago. So Chicago is like basically right on the Illinois border. And so many of the people across the border in Indiana in that little region commute back and forth to Chicago for work that the time zone line goes up the border and then dekes into Indiana for just like a few miles to encircle a bunch of the commuters to make sure they're on the same time zone as Chicago. It makes sense when you explain it, but when you look at it on a map, it's dumb. Oh, getting another new Carbie. Even more head empty? Yes, even more head empty. Oh, that's a cute one. Okay, and Randus has redeemed a stretch and a hydrate. Let me get my yarn to a place where it won't unravel on me, and then I will do the things. Come on, yarn. Yes, through there. Come on. There we go. Thank you. Alright, there we go. Yes, everybody stretch. DST is a stretch. Potentially, yeah. Need to make coffee so that you have enough energy today to do wood lathe stuff. That does sound like a good plan. It's glint levels of head empty. I mean, potentially yes. Oh man, how is her wisdom so high and her int so low? gotta love warlocks. Her wisdom is like 17 or 18, and her int is like 11 or 12, I think. It's fine. I mean, given her wisdom so high, she really should be making better decisions than she does. But you know. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. Yes, Yalk, do not operate your lathe while sleepy. Please nap beforehand if need be. We need Yalk with all of fingers and hands intact. 11 is above average. That is true. That is true. Warlocks don't need smarts, just need good charisma to placate the sugar daddy. You mean the patron? Yeah, that's fair. Who needs fingers anyways? You do, for crafting. Yalk, if you do not have fingers, it would make many of your crafts significantly harder. Please remember that. Everything is fine. Yalk, please self-care. Although, believe me, I understand the sleepies, but needing to craft anyway. But also, operating a sewing machine while sleepy is significantly different than operating like a wood lathe while sleepy. Please be careful. Miller says, "Hello, I am best boy. Ignore the fact I woke Dad up by kicking him repeatedly while dreaming. Oh no. Miller, baby." Alright, I'm nearly out of this yarn now. Let's see. Dig back through my stash. What do we think? Do we want blue? Or do we want green and purple? Let's do... Sure. Do the green and purple. Is this a center pole? Can I center pole? Can I find the center pole? Very cuddly boy last night pressed very hard against you. I mean, thus the kicking, presumably. Yeah, okay. I guess we're not going to do center pole. That's fine. No center pole, only yarn barf. Yeah, pretty much. This is my leftovers blanket. This is my... I don't have enough left of this yarn to make anything with, but it's too much for me to feel good about throwing it away. Therefore, scrap blanket. Oh yeah, I usually do rewind into balls. This is actually a yarn that I got from a friend of mine. They weren't going to use it, so they were like, do you want yarn? And I'm like, yes, I will always take scrap yarn. So I received it in this state. And I just haven't bothered to rewind it. But yes, most of my scraps are in fact in ball form. And actually, I'll show you here in a second. I made myself a thing. Because of course when you're going from like a cake or a skein and you can pull from the center, that's one thing. Because then, well, and for anyone that doesn't know yarn, I can actually show you what I mean. So like this would be a cake, where the yarn is wound into the circular thing. Center pole is where I can dig into here in the middle, because the way that it's wound, one end is going to be here in the middle, and then the other end is going to be, you know, as it winds out, the other end is in here somewhere. It's along the outside edge. But if I dig into the middle, I can find where the center end is, and then pull from the middle to do my crochet. So it'll start pulling, you know, from the center out. But it's nice to do it that way because then the cake is staying in one place. It's just sitting here and I'm winding it out from the center. Conversely, when you have a ball of yarn, oh good lord, this one is coming unwound. Come here. So when you have a ball of yarn, because it's wrapped around the outside, as you work it and pull it, the ball is going to spin and roll everywhere. So, you know, I've had it where I'll pull too hard and it'll like roll itself off the couch and onto the floor and just kind of try to escape. So to that end, you find things like yarn bowls, or what I have, what I made myself, which is a yarn box, which you can see as a Kleenex box that I have punched the top out of and edged it with washi tape so that it doesn't catch the yarn. And you can put your ball in here, and then as you pull it, it'll just rotate within the box and not end up rolling everywhere. You can get fancy yarn bowls with like a notch in the side that do the same thing. But I just went with a box. Because I had one on hand, which meant it was free. And yarn barf is the technical term for, here, let me grab my cake again. So as you're trying to find where the center is, obviously you can't see it. So you just kind of have to dig in and grab a piece and pull it out. But you're not likely to find the center right away. So you're liable to like pull a big chunk of the middle out and just have it there and then have to pick the middle or pick the end out of that. That like crinkly bit that's now hanging out of the cake. Yarners tend to call it yarn barf. So yeah, no center pull, only barf. There we go. 2 loops. Almost got another full square out of this. Now we are switching to from an incredibly fluffy thick yarn to an incredibly thin yarn. This is fine. That is part of the charm and texture. Oh, no. This is the last row. 2, 4, 6, yes. So slip stitches, please. This will be a pain in the next round if I'm working with a fluffier yarn again and have to try to work it into this, what's going to end up being an incredibly small square with this tighter yarn. But that sounds like a future SJ problem. Current SJ has yarn to use. I could probably mitigate some of it by switching my yarn hook size up or down depending on whether the yarn is fluffy or not. But that sounds like too much work. And again, this is a blanket that I am keeping for myself. There is no reason for it to be pretty. It just needs to be cuddly. Come on. You have overestimated the size of this dish and underestimated how much apple you need. Oh no! Do you have a smaller dish you can switch it to? Or else acquire more apple. One or the other. You need to go shopping? Yeah, that is the downside. And if you are in the midst of making the crumble now, that's probably not feasible. Do you want to actually cooperate today, Fingers? They say, in general, no. Alright, it is almost 11 a.m. So yesterday's D&D session, this recap probably won't actually be incredibly long. So if you'll remember, when we ended our previous session, we were in the midst of combat with a bunch of orcs, and some ogres. And that we had managed to aggro an entire fortress. Well, an entire, encampment, basically. Out to the middle of a field where they could easily surround us. Instead of, getting up into the fortifications where we might have been able to put our backs to some walls. This had happened because Light had decided to... So, Thalar's familiar, which is in the shape of an owl, had flown up to try to scout things out. And the orcs had seen her and gone, ooh, dinner, and shot her. So she had, of course, fallen and dissipated, but the orcs started looking for her body. So in a bid to try to distract them and avoid them realizing, oh shit, there's no body, something else is going on, Light decided to sneak closer and try to mimic bird calls, further away, to try to make them think, oh, okay, we didn't shoot it down, the owl is just injured and escaped. And they were very convincing at that, because I think they used Druidcraft to make the bird calls. So they were very convincing bird calls. Yeah, it's something Light can actually do magically. They can do magical bird calls. That is a thing. But unfortunately, one of the orcs turned at just the wrong moment and saw Light. And went charging for them. And the rest of us were still 100 feet away at this point. But, orc with a giant axe charging at Light, not good. So Narthian shot him and took him out. But then the other one managed to yell and attract the attention of everybody else. So combat ensued, wherein most of the party was 100 feet off the map, and Light was kind of pinned in place with their back to a wall. They had at one point managed to scramble up the wall and over to the other side of it, so now at least only a couple orcs can get to them at once instead of them being mostly surrounded. And luckily with a monk's patient defense, they're able to dodge for quite a while, but, not forever, and all it takes is one unlucky shot. Oh yes, it was a combo between Narthian and Phalar that managed to take out the first orc. That's part of why the second orc was able to get a yell off. Because if Narthian had managed to take out the first one completely, it was possible that Phalar could have taken out the second and we would have been in the clear, but no. The second one managed to get off an alarm. So, because I'm very bad at remembering exact turn order and how things happen in combat, as evidenced by the already corrections. Light also nat 1 their initiative roll, so they didn't even get to act until after they were completely surrounded. That is true. They didn't have a chance to, bolt or even try to escape. So because I'm very bad at remembering the exact turn order things happen in, and what happens on what round of combat, I think I'm kind of gonna go character by character, to just be okay, here's what happened with them, and then here's what happened with them. So, Phalar had cast the scroll of fireball that he had and managed to take out a chunk of the orcs. But then he and Narthian, quite rightly, because they are the ranged characters, more or less. They mostly hung to the back. Randus finally remembered that he can extend the map on Roll20. So we were all literally off the map. 7, yes, took out 7 with a fireball, which was hella helpful right there at the beginning. So yeah, actually you can see how much smaller this square is as opposed to like the brown ones or the green one, because this is a much thinner yarn. But as I do the next row, it'll sort of tug it out and get it all. It'll self-regulate, is what I'm saying. It'll be fine. So Phalar and Narthian were mostly hanging toward the back, out of range of the orcs, taking pot shots at them, picking them off quite effectively. Narthian had a truly insane amount of crits. But the problem is they can mostly only crit one at a time. But, you know, one is better than none. So we're whittling away the amount of orcs. 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, good. Narthian's crit rate was around 50%. Yeah, it was ridiculous. Awesome. Because I think, don't they also have, Narthian has a thing where she crits on either a 19 or a 20 on the dice, right? I could be wrong. But I think that's a ranger thing that she has. So that helps up the odds too. No, she doesn't. Oh, interesting. Dang, the dice were just that happy with her, I guess. Almost as good as Randus's crit rate on Bram. Oh, good lord. Yeah, we'll get there. So, first round of combat, Bram has this thing, because he's a centaur, where he can grab up to 2 allies, basically like under the arms, and just kind of haul them along with him while he gallops. So because we were so far away at the start of combat, he did that. He scooped up Merrick and Glint and just kind of bolted forward to try to get them all in range to do something to help Light. He put them down, and then Merrick immediately moved forward away from the tank. Merrick being our halfling squishy bard, that is the stand-in / replacement for Landon after Landon ditched us and booked it for reasons we are still not entirely sure of. And then Merrick showed up going, yeah, I know of Landon by reputation. I've been kind of following him. But you guys look like you need help, so we'll hang out with you for now. So Merrick had moved forward away from the tank, and immediately gotten swarmed by orcs because he was now the furthest person forward that was not Light. So that went well. They ended up unconscious, as you might expect, from various orc axe blows. He managed to roll a nat 20 on one of his death saves, which is fantastic, because when you roll a natural 20 on a death save, it means that you immediately stabilize, you regain 1 hit point, and you regain consciousness. Fantastic. So Merrick was back up. He managed to cast a healing word on himself, got himself all the way back up to 6 HP, and then immediately got whacked on the head by another axe blow and was sent unconscious again. it was rather unfortunate. He tried. He had moved to provide Bram with flanking cover, but then, immediately got taken out again. Poor Merrick. So he was unconscious and rolling death saves twice. Meanwhile, Bram was kind of the one in the thick of it, as you would expect of the tank. He had been surrounded by quite a number of orcs. And they were trying to hit him. They were occasionally Randus, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think a normal attack on Bram ever managed to land. I think the only ones that landed were the crits. Partially because Bram has an AC of 19, so he is just, in general, incredibly hard to hit. But yeah, there were a couple crits that landed. Yes, crits plural. I think there were 3. I wasn't keeping specific track, but I think there were at least 3 crits that landed on Bram, possibly 4. But then also, meanwhile, there was one round where I want to say there were like 6 attacks that came at him, and he managed to dodge every single one, because they all just rolled incredibly low. So imagine a heavily armored centaur with a sword and a shield. In the midst of a pile, like literally surrounded by orcs. All of the orcs attempting to take axe swings at him, and the centaur just kind of like dancing in place and like swiveling out of the way of all of them, is what we were kind of imagining. Just, rearing and bucking and turning and pivoting to avoid all of these axe swings. But a few of them did hit. And Glint happened to notice when the first one of them landed, because she was the only one close enough to see, that when the axe hit Bram's armored flank, the armor kind of like sparked, and the axe kind of glanced off it when it looked like it had been a very solid hit. So that's an interesting thing that is happening. Potentially a property of Bram's armor. I mean, who can say? He is wearing magical armor. Oh, that's a verb. And then meanwhile, and Bram's nifty sword, dealing radiant and necrotic damage at the same time, because it has properties that do bonus damage against orcs and ogres, which was very convenient. Bram had also, he once again channeled his divinity, his connection to Bahamut, to be able to breathe like radiant dragon's breath across foes. He used it a couple times to try to catch groups of orcs, because it's kind of his only AoE. Never really rolled significant damage on it, so he was sort of pivoting back and forth between using his sword on individual orcs for big damage, and then using his dragon's breath on groups of orcs for lower damage, but AoE. Yeah, no, it was fine. Totally fine. And then... Yeah, that's true. Randus was rolling a lot of, like, 1s to 5s. Like, there were points I would hear the clatter of dice and Randus just go, oh hell, well that misses. Which I'm fine with that. I'm okay, considering how low Bram has been rolling in general the last few sessions. Yesterday felt like a vindication, because Bram was actually rolling high for once in his life, and everybody else was rolling low against him, so it felt quite good. Yeah, Kite almost made it a session without rolling a nat 1. We'll get there. So Glint, meanwhile, had sort of been trying to stay behind Bram, but not as far back as Narthian and Phalar were. But the problem was that the orcs are fast, so a couple of them did bypass Bram to attempt to go for Glint. Glint once again fired off a sleep spell, which was fantastic because she was able to put 3 of them to sleep, which was great, because it lowered the number of combatants that were actively harassing Bram, and gave him a little bit more leeway. Yeah, dice rolls, Randus swears, and that means either he just killed a character or missed with 3 attacks in a row. Yeah, that is true. That is an accurate statement. So Glint managed to put several of the orcs to sleep, which was fantastic. I feel like she did something else. There was something else I had in my mental list to bring up for Glint. Before kind of the end clusterfuck. I felt like there was something else that she did. Oh, she cast Fey Presence Fear. That's what it was. So she had put a couple of them to sleep. One of the ogres had moved up close enough to try to start taking swings at Bram and Glint. So Glint cast Fey Presence Fear to try and get them. She can't, her fear is not, like, she can't force them to flee, but she can cause the fear effect where they can't move closer to her, and if they're trying to attack while they're still in line of sight of Glint, they have disadvantage on rolls. So that was great, because that at least meant that they had disadvantage trying to attack Bram for a round, which ended up being useful. You make it sound like you kill PCs often. You do not. Well, I mean, we had like 3 go down this round, but Bram was not one of them. Yeah, so Bram ended up down at, I think, 1-8, like, no, he never went down as far as 1. I think he was down to like 4 HP. Used some lay on hands on himself. I'm kind of trying to go in battle order, sort of. Forgive me. Spent some lay on hands to try to bring himself back up. Once Glint had cast Fear, a couple of the other orcs were like, ooh, kitty, and went over to try to attack her. Phalar shot one of them and got it off her back, which allowed Glint to move without incurring any attacks of opportunity, so she bolted over to stabilize Merrick. And yeah, I know I'm very slightly out of order here. So she bolted over to stabilize Merrick. So Merrick was, still unconscious, but at least not rolling death saves. He'll be okay. At that point, one of the ogres had spied Phalar and Narthian hanging out to the south and was headed that direction to munch on them, and I guess let the rest of the orcs take care of Bram. Phalar met the ogre halfway and was able to stab it with Booming Blade, which does a base damage, but then it also incurs extra damage if that orc moves, or if the person that's been inflicted with Booming Blade then moves. in the next round, they'll incur even more damage. So trying to entice the ogre to move and incur that extra damage, Phalar then bolted upward beside Glint and Bram. Narthian has been consistently shooting foes each round, which is fantastic. Slowly, and between her and Bram, they're like slowly whittling down the amount of orcs and ogres. Somewhat the wrong direction, a little bit. So Light had climbed the little, like the tower wall, the ruined tower wall, and sort of tumbled over onto the inside. So nobody in the party could see where Light was, but considering Light didn't immediately reappear, it could be assumed that they had run into some difficulties. And then after a few rounds, orcs started coming out from around that little wall section, but Light did not reappear. And it was determined we could see like the edge of the glow from Light's magical tailband, sort of shining off the walls and spilling out from that little bit of ruined tower. But again, Light had not reappeared. So Bram was worried. So, several things happened kind of almost at the same time. Oh yes, and also Light had successfully caught a javelin with their face and also fallen unconscious. Bram had tried to call out to them, like, hey Light, just hang on, we're coming for you. Which actually granted a D4 Bardic Inspiration due to a magical thing Bram has. That I will actually explain in a minute, because it's not a secret or anything, and I just hadn't had a chance to explain it until now. So several things happen at once, and I will get to Light here in a second. Yeah, Light fell into a ruined tower of a castle wall-like thing, so they were kind of protected. But yeah, suddenly orcs were coming out of there, and Light was not, which was worrying. So Phalar had inflicted Booming Blade on this ogre, and then bolted north toward where Merrick and Glint were, and Bram, except at about the same time, so like the same round of combat, so in real time, almost literally at the same time, Bram had taken out the last orc that was standing in his way and bolted toward that ruined tower to check on Light, because he assumed that Phalar was going to keep the ogre occupied further south, and that because Glint was sitting at literally 1 HP after having taken a couple axes to the face. But Bram assumed, okay, she'll be fine. Phalar and Narthian are going to take care of that last ogre 30 feet south of here. Except no, Phalar led it north. So it moved. It did take the extra Booming Blade damage. It survived that. And then it brought its club down on Glint's head. And Glint, of course, fell unconscious. Mint, her wonderful little slime friend that has been riding around on her shoulder, immediately went, "Mommy, no!" and decided to attack the ogre itself. I really wish that Mint had been able to take out the ogre, because that would have just been awesome. But no, it did manage to do a chunk of damage. And then I want to say Narthian shot it from the back. I don't remember exactly how that one went down. Other things were happening. But that ogre was successfully killed within a turn or two, because it was on its last legs. I really wish Mint had taken it down. Yes, Narthian finished it off. That's what I thought. So when Glint screamed and went down, Bram kind of pivoted, because he was halfway to the tower at this point. And that Narthian took out the ogre and then immediately cast a healing spell on Glint. So Glint was just immediately conscious again. So Bram kind of did the thing where he skidded to a stop halfway to the tower, pivoted on his back hooves when Glint screamed, saw that Glint was immediately okay, and then pivoted back around because he's still worried about Light. So Light, meanwhile, had been rolling their death saves. Let me see if I can actually get the order of this correctly. I believe what happened is that they failed their first one. For the second one, they went, okay, this is not good. I'm going to use my inspiration, which does work on death saves. So they passed that one. And then I want to say they failed. Okay, so success with advantage, fail, success, fail. So they were sitting at 2 successes and 2 failures, at which point Randus reminded me that Bram could give Bardic Inspiration, so Bram did so. So when it gets back around to Light's turn, all Light needs to roll is a 6 or higher, hopefully, because then they can add the Bardic Inspiration dice and hopefully get above 10 for a success. And Kite rolled a nat 1 on Light's death save, which would have been an automatic 2 failures anyway, and I feel like was just dramatic overkill from the universe. Of course, none of the rest of the party knew this. Randus immediately dragged Light off into the secrets channel, because we have a second voice channel that Randus uses when there's like proprietary information that only one party member is getting access to. He'll pull us into the secrets channel and then be able to deliver that in confidence. They were in the secrets channel for quite a while, and we could see that Kite was rolling stuff for Light. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's okay. Oh boy. Okay, so this yarn is fraying. That is 1 strand. So I'm gonna just... okay. Sorry, slight distraction because frayed yarn. I'm just gonna cut and retie that. Oh yeah, the players can also use the secrets channel. We just have never had reason to. Roll for number of pacts with devils you need to make to be resurrected. So while they're in the secrets channel, full disclosure, the rest of us were halfway cracking jokes, halfway making contingency plans about what to do. Because we do know that Light was a few days ago in-game bitten by a dampire, but didn't seem to have any ill effects with that. There was also the potential were-rat that was running around investigating Light in the middle of the night. Yeah, so all we really know is int check, wisdom check, and then Kite asking about necromancy spells. I'm sure it's fine. Party was making like contingency plans for potential vampire cat, and okay, what we're gonna do is knock them out, tie them up, and then stick a potato in their mouth so they can't bite, and then we'll figure out what to do. That was our basic contingency plan that we came up with. Yeah, necromancy. But that was like out of character. Obviously, that was us, the players, going, "Oh shit, what do we do with a vampire cat?" In universe, we saw, so we had been able to see the like glow from Light's magical light band. We saw it turn black. Not like go out, like turn off, but like go ultraviolet black light, black. So that's a thing. So Bram is very worried about Light, goes bolting around the edge of the castle. Light is sprawled out on the ground, unconscious. 2, 4, 6, 7. So Bram goes down on his knees, does a medicine check. Light is breathing, so that's good. So Bram immediately reaches out to lay on hands and restore 5 HP to Light. No problems. Light regains 5 HP, wakes up from unconsciousness, opens their eyes. Yeah, everything is fine. Light is awake. Light has opened their eyes. Kite, do you want me to reveal the thing or nah? Because it was a thing that only Bram and Glint have seen so far. Oh, okay, perfect. So Light opens their eyes, and their eyes have gone jet black. But they're up, they're moving. 2, 4, 6. Oh, this is an extra row. I didn't need to do that row. Bram is taken aback by the black eyes and asks, Light, are you okay? Like, are you hurt? What's going on? And Light is like, oh yeah, I'm fine. I feel fine. And via an insight check, Bram can tell Light, as far as Light is concerned, Light is telling the truth. Light believes they are fine. So that's fine. We did still have one last orc to deal with. There was an orc up in a tower that had been sort of taking pot shots at us with javelins for the entire fight. Not having a tremendous amount of success in hitting anyone, which is why I hadn't really mentioned up till now. We had just kind of been dodging javelins the entire fight. So after waking up and standing back up, Light just kind of picked up the loaded crossbow that was still dropped on the ground beside them and turned, and they did have line of sight, so they were able to shoot at this orc sniper. Hit him, and Bram and Glint, well, I think just Bram actually, because I think Glint was kind of around the corner and ducking. But where the arrow hit, the arrow kind of split into these like withered, decrepit looking vines, and wrapped around the orc to restrain him. So that's fine. That's a thing that comes from the like druid mask thing Kite had picked up, or Light had picked up. Not sure they're supposed to be like withered necromantic vines, but I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Yes, Light loaded the crossbow just before combat and didn't get to use it in any of the previous 10 rounds. So yeah, the orc sniper was restrained. He did try to throw another javelin, missed again, and then Narthian was able to shoot him and take him out. So that fully ends the combat. We had taken everything out. Several of us are significantly hurt. I believe Bram, Glint, Merrick, and Light are all in single digits of health. Phalar, I think, took a attack, and Narthian is completely undamaged. But the other 4 of us are in extremely rough shape. And at that point, it was 4:30, so we ended immediately at the end of combat. We have had none of the fallout, none of the explanations. That will come next time, and be fine, I'm sure. Yeah, the only reason the sniper orc was still throwing javelins is because they had no idea that everyone else was dead. Because the entire combat took place off the map and behind walls from their point of view. They only had, like, very extremely narrow, like, cracks in the walls where they would see somebody run through or see somebody stop and be like, oh, there, and throw a javelin. They had, like, no view on the overall battlefield. Bram was considering trying to get them to surrender, and then Narthian took them out anyway, which is fine. Bram is not terribly torn up about that one. Oh yes, that's right. One of the ogres tried to take a swing at Phalar, but Phalar was able to use his reaction to cast shield. So the attack was deflected. So yeah, Phalar was attacked but did not actually take damage. That's right. Yeah, so Light died, but is now not dead. That'll be a fun thing. I warned Randus last night. I was like, hey, FYI, Bram is probably going to pop Divine Sense immediately to try to figure out what the hell, considering the black eyes. And Randus was basically like, oh yeah, I already figured that. I know what he'll find. So that's a thing that'll be happening next session too. Yeah, did they die? We don't know yet. Yeah, so that'll be fun. As far as Bram's bardic inspiration goes, and again, this is a thing he's always had, I just, A, kept forgetting that I had it, and B, never had really a chance to use it until now, or not real reason to use it now. Yeah, Light has positive HP. I'm sure if anything bad had happened, so I was low-key afraid, considering we have no idea what happened to what's happening with Light. I was low-key afraid that Lay on Hands would have some sort of disastrous effect, or like just wouldn't work, but Lay on Hands worked, which must mean that whatever is going on with Light, it's not a thing that Bahamut considers anathema. I mean, granted, no, considering it's Bahamut, I don't think he has much of an opinion on undead. He just mostly dislikes colored dragons, so I'm sure it's fine. Or chromatic dragons, rather. It's fine. Yeah, so Bram's bardic inspiration thing is, Bram's backstory is that he has spent a lot of his life as a traveling storyteller. So like lowercase b bard. He never had any of the like combat training or any of that. He doesn't know any of the bardic magics. But he did for a long time make his living traveling from place to place, stopping at inns, providing entertainment, that sort of stuff. Just after he rescued that group of Dragonborn and made the decision to dedicate his life as a paladin of Bahamut, he found a note in an unfamiliar handwriting that just said, basically, don't forget where you've come from. Like, remember your origins, remember your I can actually probably find the actual text. But yeah, it basically said, don't forget your roots, remember where you've come from. And as soon as Bram read it, it sort of origami folded itself up into a ring that he wears. And that ring gives him the ability to grant a bardic inspiration die once per short rest, I want to say. It's only a D4 Bardic Inspiration, whereas normal Bardic Inspiration is a D6. But yeah, that's the thing. Like I said, I just keep forgetting that Bram has it. Or I haven't really seen situations where it would be useful up until now. And it would have been useful if Kite had rolled anything other than a nat 1. Ah, perfect, thank you. Simple ring made of paper was left for you after the first performance you did after accepting your powers from Bahamut. It appeared to be a simple note left with the barkeep and read, "Never forget where you came from and your desire to help others." After reading it, it folded itself up into a ring upon your hand. You gain proficiency in performance, and once per long rest, you may use this ring to give out a Bardic Inspiration die, and it's a D4. And then if I actually take levels in Bard, it becomes a D6 as normal. Which is a thing that may or may not happen. I'm still sort of debating that, if I want to multi-class Bram at all. Yeah, thank you, Randus. So yeah, that yesterday's session was entirely combat, which was fine. Like I don't mind an occasional session like that, especially when it's like that heated of a battle. It was actually a lot of fun. The noise I made when Kite rolled a nat 1 for the last death save, though, like seriously, the universe was going for like overkill on dramatic irony there, I think. Yeah. So we'll see what the fallout from that is. Sometimes the best storytelling happens in combat. Yeah, that's true too. Like Mint defending Glint. That was precious. Yeah, it was Kite's only nat 1 for the session. As Kite said earlier, they almost went an entire session without rolling a nat 1. And then... But, I mean, light is awake, light is breathing. As Randus pointed out, dead things don't usually breathe. So it's fine. Everything will be fine. Details TBD, I suppose. Kite and Reverb didn't do much of anything. They rolled death saves. That is very important. That's true. Kite made a stew and did the washing up. I got a lot of crochet done because I was just sitting here worriedly crocheting the entire session in between my turns. 2, 4, 6, 7, yes. Okay. Yeah, no, I was just, like, the tides of battle were turning. I was just starting to feel pretty good about our chances, and then light went down. Yeah, it's fine. Everything is fine. The continued rolling after people stabilized was to see if they would wake back up. That's kind of what I assumed it was. to see if they would naturally wake back up on their own without hit point regeneration. I could have, I mean, honestly, considering the amount of damage my Dragon's Breath was doing, which was not a lot because I wasn't rolling great, and they kept succeeding in their saves, I almost wonder if it would have been more beneficial to use the other Channel Divinity power I have, but, it's fine. My other Channel Divinity option is a fear effect, kind of similar to Glint's Fey Presence. But maybe next time. I'm sure that'll be useful eventually. Fear and Sword likely would have done more, as you pointed out. Breath wasn't killing anyone, and the sword is highly likely to one-shot an orc. That's kind of what I was, that's kind of what I had figured out, but I had already triggered Dragon's Breath at that point, because at least the fear effect would have given them all disadvantage on attacks against me, well, and attacks against anyone. So that probably would have reduced the amount of damage taken too. But hindsight. And it stops them from moving closer. True. I think at the point I would have triggered it, Bram was already surrounded. But the disadvantage would have been nice. Because that also would have canceled out the flanking bonuses and made those straight rolls, I think. Which could have been helpful. Especially considering the way you were rolling yesterday. Although we did determine that the single attacks against Bram were doing fine, because those were all crits. It was the disadvantage rolls that you were rolling like 3 and 3, 5 and 2. Here we go. gonna have to pick up some more. That's actually the last. Well, no, I should have a little bit left in another bag. But that is the last of my main supply of Genmaicha. I think I have a little bit of another brand left. Quamble! Ooh. How is it? Did you end up switching it to a smaller dish? Pan? It's in a smaller pan? Excellent. That's true. Yeah, so there was some synergy going on where Bram was able to lower the HP enough that they all had only a couple of hit points left. So Phalar could cast Magic Missile and split the missiles between 3 or 4 orcs and take like 3 or 4 out at a time because they all only had like 3 or 4 HP left. Bram does still have the Wand of Magic Missile as well. Well, the Wand of Magic Missile dart. It'll only fire 1 at a time. And it requires him to have a hand free. I considered it a couple times during the fight, but it would have required him to either drop his sword or his shield. Neither of which was a good option at all. Now making dinner, and you'll have crumble after dinner. Excellent! I commend you for your very adult decision. Yeah, that's true. And Narthian does have the Ranger thing where she does more damage if the creature she's targeting is already injured. So Phalar was strategically injuring opponents, even if it was only a couple HP, because that's all that's needed for Narthian to do massive extra damage. That was very smart on Phalar's part. Ooh. Two, 4, 6, 7. Good. It's a feat called Warcaster that might interest Bram. Oh, I'll have to take a look. Yeah, I haven't decided if I'm going to multi-class him yet or not. I need to take a closer look at what's available on the Paladin track and then decide if I want to split his levels or not. Isn't actually great for Bram as he's currently built. I mean, all of his current spells are buffs. Which is why we ended up giving him the Wand of Magic Missile Dart, because he doesn't have another way to damage at range. 4, 8. Good. Occasionally gotta make sure I'm counting all my stitches correctly. Didn't smite once? I know, right? He didn't need to. No, no smitten. I mean, he was already dealing 1d8, 3d4. Just base attack. I didn't really feel the need to burn a spell slot for smite. Maybe I could have that one time I think there was one time I tried to attack an ogre and didn't quite take it down. I probably could have then, but I am quite pleased I was rolling consistently high to hit, though. Although when I have a +6 to hit. But even so, I was rolling at least, like, I think I rolled 3 18s as attack rolls, which felt really nice. The dice liked me yesterday, I suppose. But also, hey, on the plus side, despite all the damage he was taking, Bram did not go down at all yesterday, which I was very pleased about. There were a few extremely close calls. And that probably would have been disastrous. But it's fine. Everything went well. hair, as expected. Lem, lem, lem. How was your dinner? Hopefully good. Still cooking? Ah, fair enough. Thought perhaps the mlem was the tongue action of nomming dinner. Did cook dessert before your actual human food? I mean, you would not be the only person to do that. I do that fairly frequently. Should shower and clean and wood turn? That is the question. Are you awake enough to shower and clean and wood turn? Fairly awake? Okay. Well then, yes, you should go do the things. I will be taking my typical break here in a minute or two. I'm just waiting for the bird to come in so that I can get up and stretch and get more tea. That's 7, 2, 4, 6. Yes, that is 7. Verb is getting later by the week. Yeah. Yeah. It's because the clock is literally 20 years old. So it's just kind of bleeding time. And I keep being too lazy to get up and pull it off the wall to set it back to where it should be to account for the fact that it's slowing. Because it's hung up really high and I would have to climb up on my desk to get it, so I just keep not doing it. The time on it is at least correct now. I never changed it for daylight savings time, and now I never have to because the noon owl is now at noon again. Let me just finish this stitch. Yes, have a good Sunday, Yalk. Enjoy the wood turn. the guilt of not having done everything. Yeah, but sometimes staying in bed is just so satisfying. Let me actually lock my hook into these stitches so that it doesn't go sliding out as it is wont to. There we go. All right, everybody get up, stretch, grab drinks for hydration. You wholeheartedly agree that your brain hates you. Yeah, I understand that feel a lot. All right, yes, I will be back in just a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. I see that Board Game Arena Redemption. Let us do the thing. Okay, OBS. Please find the right window. Or maybe just don't freeze. There we go. There we go. Thank you, PGA. And pull up chat on my phone. There we go. I don't actually have as many active games as I usually do at the moment. So we'll see here. Hand and Foot, the arena game I'm playing. No, none of those are helpful at all. So I guess we'll discard the 6. Next. Via Magica. Ah, convenience. Let's just dump that there. Sweet. Pick a new portal card to replace your completed portal card. Oh, that one gives me an extra gemstone. Yes, please. Okay, and we immediately have another air spirit. Let's put that there, because I would like to have that extra gem. Okay, next. Ah, yes, the hubris. This game is probably going to spectacularly backfire on me. Alright, next. Boomerang Europe. Let us score the violins. Do that. So unless it doesn't backfire on you, yeah, fair. Ooh, a 3. Do I really need a 3? I mean, it doesn't hurt. Next. One of the Kite cribbage games. Sure, let's do that. And the Kite Koi Koi game. Is this the one where... This is the one where I already have the deer and the boar. Well... Hey. We only have 3 hands left. I don't really have anything else impressive. Let's just go ahead and score that. Okay, next. The other Kite cribbage game. An 8, huh? Buttons. Yes, I will roll 6 dice. Ha. Almost, but not quite a hubris. Next. Okay, this is expansion visual. Nope, stop with the zooming. Oh, my scroll pad. I guess we'll take these guys. And cook zone. I think most of my... Oh, and 0 tiles remain. So these are the last 3 I have to work with. I think most of my guys are down here. I think... Yep, I can put that one there. Should we have to reverse it? No, because that would put the edge up there. Okay, that's fine. No, pass. Next. Sure, let's play the 7. And, oh, and also the Jack. 6 points for Kitsune. 8 points for me. Yay. And, ugh, 2-point crib. Alright, fine. That's fine. 2 cards to Kitsune's crib. Wow, this is not a fantastic hand for me. Lovely. I don't think it matters much. Sure, let's do this. You know what? Yeah, sure. Maybe I'll get lucky and the flop will be something useful. Wizard. Oh, make my prediction. Alright, Kuma's already bid 2. Kitsune's bid 3. And Kuma's first player. We're already at 5 of 8. I think I bid 0 here. Yeah, I think I bid 0 here. Alright, next. Azul. Okay, what do I have for 2? Sure, let's grab those. Confirm. Copenhagen. Right. I have... Oh, actually, I should be able to take that. Take the card or place a facade tile? No, it won't let me. It's only 2. Oh, that's the number of them that are in the pile, not the amount it costs to take them. Right. Because the amount it costs to take them is the number of windows it has. That's right. Okay. So I could take this one. Actually, yes, let's do that. I should be able to take that. I have 2. Let me grab that one, but not that one. Maybe it's the number of tiles total I have to. Okay. Oh well. Either way, let's grab both of those. Not number. Oh, it is the full number of tiles that's the cost. Okay, thank you. Right, number of windows is the number of points it scores, but not the cost. Okay, thank you. Let's see, I have a 2 and a 5. I think that's an easy play. Let's put that there. What do I want to nab? Do I have another mind space? I do have another mind space. So let's yoink that. And then I think let's buy this castle. And then we will place our goats. there. Confirm. Alright, next. A Cubosaurus. Yes, I do want that. Okay, next. This might be a hubris, but we'll see. Okay, play a card and move a pawn. Now, here we go. Let's play this one. Next. Boomerang. Okay. Oh, this is my throw card. None of these are great. These are, in fact, all very mean. None of them are ones that I need. Guess let's go with that. The throw and catch points are probably the least of our concern anyhow. All right, that's it. Caught up. Thank you very much, friends. I want to go back to top down. Yes, there we go. And I need to move my laptop without catching any of the cords weirdly. There we go. It is a Sleepy Graha sticker. Thank you for noticing my Sleepy Graha sticker. He's very good. So I'm actually working in camera view range. In the last 20 minutes before your food is extractable, but then it needs to rest before you mess up cutting it up. Oh. Hopefully you're not too hungry. I hate when that happens, when you're like, oh, I should make dinner. So you start cooking, and then halfway through you realize you're starving, but food's not going to be done for like another half an hour. That happens to me a lot because I always seem to wait and start food at the point where I should have already eaten. Leftover pizza has been heated. Leftover pizza sounds great. I nommed a croissant on my break. That will hold me until end of stream. Ham bone for the dragon, or for Kirby. Excellent, excellent. Oh, I just saw that. So it went from 20 minutes to 21 minutes, which shifted the line on my activity feed, and the motion caught my eye. And I thought it was a new one appearing. But yes, as always, thank you for feeding the carbuncle. Soon he will be strong enough. Another ham bone, excellent. Soon he will be strong enough to consume the internet. Although I suspect he does not have the brain cells to consume the internet. It's probably for the best. Yeah, it probably is for the best. To be honest. Got caught between the strands. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yep. Two, 4, 6, 7. Excellent. Yeah. did, of course, get myself more tea. Because it's not a proper ball, it's not unwinding neatly in the box. It keeps getting caught in the corners. Kirby also deserves happiness, and if that comes from eating the internet, you're not going to stop them. I mean, I suppose. Fair enough. I just wonder what kind of a monster they would grow into. I just worry. I worry about exposing a poor innocent little carbuncle to the internet. It would become like proto-Carby. All of your friends are in the internet. That's true. Most of mine are as well. That is a good point. head too empty to devolve into a proto-carby? Maybe. Two, 4, 6, 7. Yep. BP on oven went off. Turned the kitchen light off to stop it. Didn't work? Seems like it should have if your kitchen's wired correctly. I mean, I'm sure I've told the story about the old place that we lived in. It had been wired in the 40s by probably the cheapest bidder. And it was wired vertically up one of the walls. So, like, the kitchen, our bathroom on the first floor, the kitchen on the second floor, and the bedroom right above it on the third floor were all on the same circuit. And then our bedroom on the first floor, half the living room on the second floor, and the other bedroom and bathroom on the third floor were all on the same circuit. It was stupid. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's how it is here too, Kitsune. Usually the kitchen is on its own separate circuit, if not just the oven, yeah. Yeah, but the old place that we lived in was wired by a maniac, so... I once plugged in a hairdryer in our bathroom on the first floor, and it blew out the kitchen and half of the third floor. It was stupid. Also, the fuse box buzzed. I was very happy to move out of that place. The oven is usually a higher current circuit. That would make sense. That would make a lot of sense. Generally not a higher current breaker. Oh. It would make sense for it to be, though, because it would have to pull a higher... Well, I guess depending on what kind of oven it is. Because the UK tends to use large ring mains, total current through an outlet circuit, and a single oven circuit are similar. Oh, fair enough. Your apartment has 3 circuits: the living room and master the living room and master bedroom, bath and spare bedroom, and then kitchen separate. Don't understand the concept of the oven. Well, I guess because if you're heating metal coils through electricity alone, my thought would be that would take a lot more power than just powering a few light bulbs. But I could be wrong. Isn't that how ovens work? Like, I look into my oven and there's like metal things at the bottom that are glowing red hot and making the oven hot. Isn't that how an oven works, or am I just dumb? Generally, yeah, that is okay, cool. I'm like, but I've definitely seen glowing metal in my oven, Randus. And then for a second, I doubted my entire existence. More modern designs have the elements hidden away so that they don't get dirty. I mean, yes, that makes sense. I'm just thinking of my parents' oven, which is ancient. Ah, Elrod checked his circuit breaker, and the oven and the dishwasher are on separate ones. Interesting. Ah, Randus has only ever had gas ovens. That's fair. No, I've always had electric ovens. For whatever reason. My grandmother had a gas stove and a gas oven. And I remember as a kid thinking it was very dangerous because I had definitely read books about gas explosions. So I was always like low-key convinced that one day my grandmother's oven was just going to explode. Incomplete combustion elements worry you more than explosions? Oh yeah, for sure. Just as a kid, that's the concept that I had, was like, oh yeah, gas explodes. Just eat everything raw, then no need for gas or electric? True. This is true. This is not me advocating for a paleo diet. I am just saying that Randus is objectively correct. Two, four, six, seven. Excellent. Speaking of exploding gas, true. Maybe we lured the coughing in with all of our talk of gas ovens and explosions. Can you imagine if it, like, it doesn't because the spawns are universal, but can you imagine if it would, like, analyze what the streamer was talking about or, like, what was going on in the stream and then throw up an appropriate Pokemon? That would be ridiculous. Hey, congrats on your exploding gas, Randus. You can use it to power your oven. Four, six, 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay. Always hated self-destruct and explosion because they would always use it anytime you got their HP low enough to catch them. Yup. Oh, I'm sure I've told this story on stream, but the first ever shiny that I found was a Graveler in silver, like way back in original silver, and it exploded before I could catch it. I thought my game was glitching out because it was, you know, a bright yellow Graveler with the sparkles, but that was, like, luckily I had already caught the red Gyarados, so I was like, oh, that was the same kind of sparkles, maybe it's special, and I couldn't catch it because it self-destructed. Food is done and now you nom? Excellent. Please go nom. Hey, Reverb. Welcome. We have done our D&D recap. Everything is fine, is the consensus. Everything is completely fine. Light is up and breathing. Never mind that 2/3 of the party has single-digit HP. We're fine. So yeah, I hope you're having an okay morning, Reverb. If sleepy from time change, mood. Us too. I for one welcome our new potentially undead, potentially cursed, potentially astral light. I mean, perhaps. Perhaps. I am looking forward / excited / dreading to see what Bram discovers when he pops Divine Sense. That's going to be interesting. Best case scenario, he just senses nothing at all. But then that also doesn't give us any answers. So, guess we'll see. Phone didn't wake you up, light didn't wake you up, body didn't wake you up. Oof. Commission some Art of Light? Please do. That would be amazing. Oh, I hope you're at least feeling somewhat rested, Reverb. It sounds like you needed the sleep. Have you considered that light is actually just fine? It's entirely possible. It is. Yes, that is what Bram is hoping for. Bram will continue to treat light as though they are actually just fine until given some sort of evidence to the contrary. Also, I will say Bram spent like the entirety of that fight wishing Landon was there for the heals, if nothing else. Wonder if Light's boops of healing will do something different? Oh, that's an interesting thought. I hadn't even thought of that yet, Kitsune. Heals are overrated, just DPS quicker. I mean, that is kind of what Bram settled on, yes. He was like, if we can just eliminate enough of the threats fast enough. 6, one more. Fun fact, Light could already deal necrotic damage with the boops. Oh, was it like a choice thing? And Light was just usually choosing heals instead? Huh. Nifty. I actually had no idea about that, because Light's always chosen to boop heals instead. I'm guessing it's a low enough amount of damage that just bonking would work better. 6, 7, okay. Because death is also... Oh, that does make sense. Death is also a type of mercy. Could also be flavor, because Light would never deliberately harm someone. True. That's a fair point. It's a key point to add bonus damage to the attacks, and at level 4, I don't usually want to expend more than 1 key point per round. Fair. That makes sense. Hey, congrats, Merlin. Good job on finishing the homework. Two, 4, 6, 8. Good. Now we have Night Light, Goth Light, Unlight. I kind of like Night Light. Dark Light. Umbral Light. Darth Light. Darkwing Duck. I mean, Darkwing Cat. Well, D-Light. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, shoot. Thank you, Merlin. I quite like this pattern. I've lost my place in it. So this is called Entrelac Crochet. And it is a deliberate mix between crochet and knitting. It is the closest to knitting I will ever get. But you can see I'm pulling multiple loops up onto my hook and then pulling the stitches closed as though I was knitting. Yep, that's 8. Darth Fang Light. Shadows at Dusk. Ultraviolet Light. Is Light's fur gonna turn purple? That would be kind of fun. But yeah, I like this pattern a lot because it lets me use up all of my scrap yarn, and it is absolutely mindless. Other than occasionally counting to make sure I have the right number of stitches in rows, I don't have to think about anything. So it's good for when I'm watching TV or doing other things, or I just want to crochet on autopilot. Good question. Next question. Okay. I will put a pin in Ultraviolet Light then. It's the combat stitch. Yes, it is. This is literally what I was worriedly crocheting on all day yesterday, was this blanket. I actually did most of a round yesterday. Because that is the other cool thing about this pattern, is it starts, so you can actually see here, this red was the first bit. So it starts in the middle and then it works its way out. You do it in rounds outward. So you can see that's how it kind of has this stripey. It's like, so this blue was done, and then this aqua was done, and then this camo was done. It works its way outward. And it is super thick and cozy. Like, it's a nice thick solid stitch if you want a really cozy blanket. Look, what's the worst that could happen? Given Kite is still in control of Light, we can rule out the worst options. That's true. That's true. If they had gone like full-on monster, Kite would no longer have control of them, or they would have outright attacked us. Which, again, was low-key afraid that's what was gonna happen. And that could have gone several different ways, all of them very bad. Unless Kite is still in control as a double bluff from Randus. I mean, yes, that is true. That is also potentially a thing. You make a very good point. Tasty, tasty centaur blood. Look, I already made the point that Bram's larger body mass potentially means he could be fed from enough to sate a tabaxi without actually doing him permanent harm. Potentially. It's not a thing he'd want to try, but it could be a good last resort. Just Centaur Blood Bank. It's fine. Sounds like something to be tested. I mean, again, if it's the last resort, Bram would try it before hurting Light. But then do we just get a chain reaction where we end up with Vampire Centaur? Could be fun. Hey Randus, you want a party of vampires? You want to switch to like Vampire the Masquerade on the Sword Coast? Yeah, exactly. All vampire party. It's fine. All resorts are the last resorts when you don't have the full picture. Fair. All the more reason to try to gather information. Glint is just a walking, talking masquerade violation. Good lord, right? Can you even imagine? She'd just run up to random strangers and be like, look, I put sparkles on my fangs! No lie, I think it would be really fun to do a game of Vampire the Masquerade at some point, but I don't know anyone else that is familiar enough to want to play or DM it. And mostly my desire comes from watching Jacob DM Not a Drop to Drink, so... Hey, Yauk is resubbed for the 9th month. Sup, Babo. Thank you so much, Yauk. Aren't you meant to be out in the garage? That is 7. 2, 4, 6, 7. I guess it's just because this is a much fluffier yarn. Well, we'll make it work. No, come on. Here we go. Jacob's the reason you bought a bunch of Vampire the Masquerade and Exalted? Yup. He's so entertaining to watch DM. Set up the new lathe, but the bearing on the main spindle sounds wrong. It's way too loud. Gotta contact the manufacturer. Okay, fair enough. Better to check it rather than blindly just use it and risk either yourself or the machine. You know one system that's more than enough for you? Yeah, no, that's totally fair, Randus. Look, the only system I've ever DM'd for was a Weeaboo non-combat role-playing system. So I have all of the respect for you willing to DM for us. 6, 7, 8. Oh, this square is going to suck. I hate these end squares. No. It was not Big Eyes Small Mouth, it was Made RPG. I have DM'd a few games of Mado RPG. And I have the books for it still. It was an interesting system. Focused entirely on D6s, actually. All of the rules were done with D6s. And it was one of those systems where it had combat rules, but it was not designed for combat, and combat was not recommended. Oh, Big Eyes Small Mouth rebranded, and now they're like anime RPG or something. Interesting. I think I've got a few of the old books that still have the BESM logo on them. Oh god. I suddenly hate this yarn. Trying to work these end squares is awful. There. Come on. Well, corner squares, I should say. I'm turning the corner here. I've reached the point, and I need to just turn and go back down this way. So I have to do a square here for the corner, and it's a different sort of pattern, and I hate them. If you were ever to try to learn something else, it would be the cipher system. I'm not sure I've heard of that one, actually. I hate trying to work into chains, especially chains that are this small, in yarn this fine. Got it. That's 6. Man. 7, 8, 2, 4, 6, 8. Good enough. A Coke advertising campaign that was just cold drink, warm heart. Nice. That's what they used in Callisto 6. Oh. 8 years in, and this fort has reached 200 population, almost 2 million wealth, and over 6,000 spare metal bars laying around. Good lord, Kitay. But yeah, that sounds right. The metal bars seem to collect faster than you use them. much faster than you use them. Ooh, tacos for Carby. Excellent. It is lunchtime in this time zone. Are you just auto-smithing every ore you find? I mean, more or less. Oh, you're probably asking Kite, but I usually do, more or less. I always seem to end up with a lot of soap that doesn't, because I end up butchering animals and I don't want the tallow to go to waste, so I have it just set to anytime there's tallow, make soap. So I end up with a ton more soap than what I can ever conceivably use. Which is not a bad thing. It just means that half my bar stockpile is soap. Don't think tallow in barrels ever rots? Okay. Ooh, yeah, I hope you hear back soon. Soon, Yalk. Hopefully it's just like a setting that needs adjusted or something. Tuesday you're going to be above 50F. Ooh. That is downright tropical for March. Ah, my computer is saying we are currently 1 whole degree outside Celsius. Which is better than this morning when I woke up when it was -7. So I'll take it. There. Like, that's jacket switch weather. I have one coat that I wear for anything under 10 degrees, and then I have a different coat that I wear for above 10 degrees. 2, 4, 6, 7. Okay, that's the entire thing. Doing the next round and trying to work into this yarn is going to be a nightmare, but that's future SJ's problem. Same but 10F instead of 10C. I mean, fair. Everyone has their own cold thresholds. Just slip stitch that. That's fine. That'll be fine. Miss a stitch? No, I don't think so. It's just an abnormally large gap between stitches. Two, 4, yep, that's 8 stitches. Okay. And to there. Sure. Try and make these stitches loose so they don't pull tight and become completely impossible to work. So you might notice these squares, some of them look a little odd. Finish. So the other cool thing with this pattern is that it very clearly has a right side and a wrong side. So if you look, every other round, so like this square here, that's the right side. That's what the front of the pattern looks like. It's got these nice vertical lines because of the way I'm doing the stitches. The back of it looks like this, where it's sort of bubblier and puffier because it's the loops on the back side. So if I flip it over, Aha, there's the back side of that one and the right side of this one. So what I'm doing is every round, I flip the blanket over so that it's alternating the right side and the wrong side. So it ends up in a checkerboard. Right side, right side, right side, right side. Wrong side, wrong side, wrong side. And I'm finding that's helping to combat the curl a little bit. So like you can see here, because of the way the tension works, some of these corners are sort of curling around themselves. And I find that flipping it over every round will reverse the tension. So instead of the tension all pulling one way, around and around and around, it counterbalances itself. It'll be going this way one round, but then the next round it'll be going the other way, so it balances out and it lays nicer. That's not something that's recommended by the pattern. I just kind of figured that out on my own, and it works really well for me. And I think it looks really cool. You can actually see, if I go back to the middle here where I started, all of these are all right side. So for when I started the blanket, for a long time, I was just doing it right side up, and I was finding it was curling a lot. So then I started alternating about here, and it seems to be working really well. And again, I think it looks cool. Nope, that's not the string I want. There's the string I want. Into there. Hey Kuma, good afternoon. I see you are also affected by the time shift. The Demon DST. DST and a sinus infection? Oh no! I really hope you feel better, Kuma. Fumble pictures in the Discord? Excellent. Kitsune is very kitsune today? Well, that's also excellent. I approve of that. Oh, I really hope you feel better soon, Kuma. And I hope you're at least able to get medication for the sinus infection, because I know that always tends to help clear it up faster for me. And also, hopefully you didn't get it from / give it to the kiddo. Because I know kids with sinus infections, having been a kid with frequent sinus infections, it is miserable. I have Dayquil, but it hasn't seemed to do too much this past week. Oh no. Yeah, I really hope you avoid giving it to the kiddo. Yeah, sinus infections absolutely suck. I've had a fair few in my life. And I hope it doesn't turn into an ear infection for you like it usually does for me. Uh, 2468, yes, good. Weirdly though, I don't think I've ever had strep throat. Me and my siblings, like none of us, we would always, like, we would get sore throats and colds and sinus infections and ear infections and all of the markers. And then every single time the pediatrician tested us for strep throat, we always came back negative. Like, I don't think I've ever had strep throat, or at least not that they've caught. Um, 2 4s. This is 6, so I need 2 more. So there. Hey, grats on your balloon, Kitsune. New balloon friend. For some reason, don't think strep is as much of a thing over here. I wonder if it was never as much of a thing over here either. It was just an easy thing for doctors to test for, so it ended up being talked about more than it really necessarily showed up, if that makes sense. But then again, I also know people that they're like, oh yeah, my kid gets strep all the time. Like, every time we go in, it's always strep throat. But, like, me and my siblings never had it. So, I don't know. So it should be 7 rows. 2, 4, 6, 7. Yep. Excellent. Slippery yarn. Let's see. Come on. Hook. It's a very tight stitch and a very large hook. Well, not a very large hook, but come on. There we go. Easy to test for and needs antibiotics to treat. So it ends up, especially for a kid or for a parent's first child, it ends up feeling super serious because it needed antibiotics. But yeah, maybe so. cat fur. Two, four, six, eight. Yep, excellent. Nope, wrong loop. Nope. That one. Here we go. If it is something that needs antibiotics and the kid doesn't take the full treatment, they usually end up needing another round of treatment because those kinds of infections come back. Yeah, that's true. That's also true. That is a good point. There. Sure. 6 of this one and then one more. Perfect. Now you've done so much time to flop. Excellent. Done so much time to flop. Sounds like a lovely way to spend a Sunday evening. But also, how is the crumble? 2, 4, 6, 7. Yay. Crumble is tasty. Excellent. Successful crumble. Done so much and flopped so hard, but in the end it was such a tasty crumble. Yeah. In the future, you'll make much less topping and much more filling. Fair. I tend to like a lot of topping, but yeah, personal preference. To each their own. But then again, I guess that toes the line into more of a cobbler rather than a straight crumble. Although, are cobblers and crumbles considered the same thing? Like, are they just regional names for the same thing? Or is there actually a difference? Something, something, straights crumble with topping, something, something. Because the way I picture a cobbler and a crumble, they're pretty much the same thing. They're like a fruity, goopy filling. Oop, that's a microphone, sorry. They're like a fruity, goopy filling with some sort of like a crispy, crummy, crumbled cake on top. I think the difference is whether or not they have a bottom pie. Oh, maybe. Yeah, that's a good point, Reverb. Whether or not they have like a bottom pie crust layer under the filling. That would make sense. So the good parts of a pie? Yeah, precisely. I've just always kind of used the words cobbler and crumble interchangeably. But yeah, that would make sense if the having or lack of a bottom pie crust would be the difference. That would make sense. Research says a cobbler and a crumble are both fruit topped with a layer, no indication of a bottom. Okay, so maybe there isn't really a difference. Or the difference is regional. Ran out of good coffee, so you made your backup coffee with hot cocoa mixed in? That sounds like a good alternative. All top, no bottom? That's not real life. Cobbler, biscuit top. Crumble, streusel top. Okay, that would make sense too. That would make sense too. Strudel. Now I kind of want strudel. Speaking of, you should also make tomorrow coffee. Oh, do you do like cold brew ahead of time? Okay, Google says a crumble is also similar to a cobbler, but it has a streusel topping like a crisp. The difference is the absence of oats. The streusel topping for a crumble is made with flour, sugar, butter, and sometimes nuts. The mixture is crumbled on top of the fruit before baking. Okay, nifty. Thank you for the research. We are learning things. Cold brew. I usually end up drinking hot coffee because it's what's around, but I do like me a cold brew on occasion. Maybe I'll stop and get that on the way to go see Ollie. They are both tasty, so the difference is irrelevant for all but the most allergic. That's also fair. Come on now, Twitch. There's no reason for you to be dropping frames on me. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. No. Twitch, please. I mean, this blanket is indeed quite toasty. I'm not sure I'd call it hot. Not 3 loops, 2 loops. There we go. Two, 4, 6, 7. Excellent. Two, 4, 6, 8. Excellent. So, for comparison, started this yarn all the way back here and saw roughly how big the yarn ball was at that point. And after doing all of this, get much smaller. It's much more wee. So working our way through it. The dice bags actually went really well. I finished them up. I gave them to Charlie. Charlie paid them for me, or paid me for them. He was actually very happy with them, and he was like, oh, I might ask you to make some more. And I was like, please do, because they were actually a lot of fun to make, and it gave me the chance to use up, like, small pieces of fabric that I've had sitting around that aren't large enough to do anything else with. So yeah, I may end up doing more dice bags in the future, may or may not be on stream. But yeah, it was a lot of fun to do them. I'm glad I worked out the simplified pattern. That said, it is 2 p.m. We should be getting a burb here in a minute. But yeah, that'll do it for today. Thank you for hanging out with me while I mindlessly made yarn things. Board Game Arena, I will do that as soon as I'm off stream. Thank you, Kuma. Bird is late. Bird is absolutely late. I need to poke the clock. It's a 20-year-old clock, so it loses time. I will be back on Tuesday evening with Final Fantasy 15, and also on Wednesday evening with Final Fantasy 15. There's the Burb. Burb is objecting to DST. No, it's just that it's a 20-year-old clock, so it's like, it's bleeding time because the gears are so old, and I just haven't gotten up on my desk to get it down to adjust it by a couple minutes. So over time, the time bleed has built up. But yeah, everybody have a good rest of your Sunday. Rest well if you need to. Kuma, I really hope you feel better. Everybody eat, drink tea. And let me see if there's anyone to rate. I do not live. I have not been attention to my phone. If my computer will let me switch screens. Come on. Come on, computer. There we go. Alright, I want the raid button, not the add button. No, there is no Julie. I hope she is also feeling better. But yeah, we'll go say hi to ducks. Everyone have a really good rest of your day.